Hello, how are you?
Hi, Miss Sharon.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing good.
Good. So I don't know how many people are going to log on. Sometimes there's a lot, sometimes there's not. But if you want to, if it's just you and I, we'll do this very easily. We probably won't take the whole time. So just trying to get a little bit of understanding. So today I'm going to be going over the North Carolina buyer contract. Have you used this contract yet? Are you familiar with it? Have you written one? Have certain questions? Or just trying to understand the contract so that you're ready when it's time to write?
Not yet, Miss Sharon. Actually, I'm a virtual assistant for J White Group.
Okay. All right. So will you be writing contracts?
No, I'm just here to understand the process, how the process goes.
Okay. And so if you actually log on, if nobody else shows up, you probably don't want me to go through this contract line by line, because if you're not actually writing it, that would not serve you at the highest level. But I can definitely tell you the pointers and things of that nature.
Yes, Miss Sharon, I understand, but I think there's someone here who is also working as a VA, but with who is working under transactions.
Okay.
I think they. Mhm.
All
Daisy,
right.
are you there?
Yeah, I only see you on right now.
Yes. Can you hear
Oh,
me?
okay. Okay. Hey,
Okay.
Daisy, how are you?
Correct.
I'm good. Thanks for asking. How about you?
Good. I'm just trying to see, just trying to get an idea of how many people. So are you a virtual
2021,
assistant
yes.
or an agent?
Cover some of the.
I'm a virtual
Ticket
assistant
dates.
for transactions. I'm transaction coordinator of the J White
Yeah,
Group.
but since we're
Okay.
already on
Working
2022,
located.
it would be-
And this is
if it's an
actually,
existing booking, it should be on this
this
year.
is actually about
year.
writing the contract. So if you
If you
guys
will
aren't
encounter
writing
that
the
booking,
contract,
it
I don't
is
know that it'll be
issued
familiar for you.
pre-COVID or during COVID,
And I'm
then you
gonna
have
get him to mute again. Oh, I think he did.
we always go to the
This
document.
is really a conference
For us
to
to know
show
where-
agents how to
or
write
we have
the contract.
can always go back to what was documented by.
Are you there? Hmm. We'll give it a couple more minutes and see if anybody else jumps on. Okay, so I'll go ahead and get started. That's fine. I'll go ahead and get started. I don't know how, if you both are VA assistants, I don't know if this is prevalent to you or not, but I'll go ahead and get started and go through it as I would a normal from a buyer agent. I just want to make sure it is something that is part of worth your while. So I am looking at what I call the offer to purchase contract. That's what we're going to go over today. It's actually standard form 12-T, and the last revision was 7/20/21. So if you are a buyer's agent or a seller's agent and are looking for the updated version, we haven't had an addition since last summer. So this is what we'll be going over. I'll go over line by line. If you want to stop me at any time, you can. A lot of times buyers agents are asking questions, but we may not have that today. Just having the fact that you are VAs and not maybe licensed agents, you wouldn't be writing this, but you may need to understand some important dates. So I'll get started. If you want to stop me at any time, you certainly can. So I am on page 1. Do you have a copy of this contract so you could be able to understand as I go through? So the copy is under, it's under command. You can find it in your so we do have a couple more people than buyers. So I'm looking at what I call the offer to purchase and contract. It is 12G, standard form 12T. So there is a copy under your buyer's documents in command. So if you want, do you guys want to take a minute, get a copy? It'll make more sense if we go through it line by line, or maybe you can just take notes. I'll be glad to send a copy to anybody after this if you put your email in the chat, but I'll just go over it line by line. So I'm going to get started for those of you who have a copy on page 1. And so if you were going to write an offer as a buyer's agent for a North Carolina property, this is the form that you would use. In the top, you will see this is exactly what I said. It'll tell you what this contract is intended for. I'm on section 1, the terms and definitions. So you're actually going to put A, the seller's name, and B, the buyer's name. Now, where do we get those names from? Obviously, if you're a buyer's agent, you will have your buyer's name. And remember, it wants to be in that blank, your buyer's full name. So if her name is Meredith, but they call her Mary, Meredith is what you would put on that line. Anything that is on their formal ID, a state issued ID or license ID, is what you're going to put under your buyer's name. Let's say you don't know the seller's name. There are 2 places that you can actually find the seller's name. The best place is probably going to be the tax records. Tax records are sometimes backward. So it might be T. Robert Moss, but really the name is Robert T. Moss. So the way to verify that is under the listing. If you look under the property disclosures, you can actually find their name written in or initialed or signed. So I would always verify it in 2 places. The seller's name is going to be in the tax records, also in any documents, the property disclosures that the seller's agent has put out there. Any questions about names on here? Worst case scenario, if you don't have the seller's name, you can ask the agent, you can email them, you can text them. Worst case scenario, don't fill that in and just fill in your buyer's name. But it is your duty as an agent to find that name and have it written in professionally. The next one on section C just talks about property information. So obviously you're going to have the street address, the city, the county, the zip code for a North Carolina property. The pointer that I'll caution you on here is the city. So there are a lot of agents, people that like, for instance, I'll give you Matthews and Stallings. Matthews has a better connotation. We recognize it. Matthews has good school systems. So there are some property that their mailing address is Stallings, but you'll see agents in MLS put Matthews as the address. I never want to teach you to do that. We should not do that. However, what you want to clarify is what that city address says in the tax records. If there's any different between what the tax record says versus what the city, what the MLS says, you want to make sure you reach out to that agent. You want to go probably with what the tax records would say, because according to this contract, which was written by attorneys for real estate in North Carolina, you should write in there the correct mailing address as to how they get their mail. So if they get their mail at 123 Main Street, Stallings, but the MLS says 123 Main Street, Matthews, the address should be 123 Stallings. That section's pretty easy. You can make sure tax records coordinate with the MLS. And if I will say this a lot of times during today's class, you always want to look at tax records. Us sometimes can be inaccurate if an agent was in a hurry, if an assistant wrong thing. Tax records can be not always accurate as well, but you want to look at both sheets of paper to make sure that they have the same names, the same addresses, the same zip codes. And if there is any, they don't match, then you talk to the agent and ask them when you prepare the offer. I'm going to go real quickly unless anybody wants to stop me. I have made it to where you guys can so take questions and let's go in, or if you want to just ask a question while you're in that section, that is fine as well. The next section is kind of the middle of the page. You'll look at a couple of blanks called lot number, subdivision, PIN number, deed book. So there's a lot going on here. You can find all of this information on the MLS as well, but I would make sure that you look at tax records again. Subdivision is usually pretty easy to find on the MLS sheet. It may say 123 Main Street is in Parkwood subdivision. If there is not a subdivision, you probably want to put in there none. Tax records may have a subdivision in there when the MLS says none, because sometimes tax records will pick up surrounding subdivisions. So again, any question with that, you can ask the agent, but MLS should be your best place for that. The PIN number, I really want to focus on the PIN number here. That is the parcel number. That is the property that you're buying. That's usually on the MLS at the top of the right-hand corner. It may say parcel ID, it may say PIN. It is also in the tax records. You definitely want to make sure, if nothing else is correct on this form other than price and that, you want to make sure the parcel number is correct. You want to make sure they match, because here's what happens. If the parcel number does not match, then you may not be buying the right property. There are a lot of places that can catch that mistake. Attorney's office before closing, if they're doing deed title searches, they're matching the two, but you definitely want to make sure that's an important number. Also, I will caution you to make sure if there are two parcels. So let's say MLS has the house advertised at 0.54 of an acre, but there's an additional lot beside it that is included for 1 acre, and that has a different parcel number. You want to make sure on the PIN number, on the parcel number, that you're writing both numbers in there. Any questions about PIN number, parcel number? Lot is pretty easy. It'll say lot 1, lot B, block. If it's in the tax records, you can fill that in. If you do not have a lot number or a block number, It's okay. If you have it, use it. If you don't, but you have to have that parcel number in there correct. Same thing in the bottom, you'll see deed book. That again is a number that you can find on the tax records, and it'll very clearly say the deed book. That is actually the number or the pages when it was recorded at the deed registers. That number may be a little bit harder to find sometimes. Not always do people put that in there. Same. If you have it, great. If you don't, it's not the end of the world as long as you have the parcel number correct. Any questions about the property address, parcel numbers, things of that nature? It's pretty self-explanatory. Again, biggest thing is just to make sure you match in MLS listing and the tax records. So really, if you're writing a contract, one of the best advice I can give you is to go ahead and print a copy of those tax records, print a copy of that page, or if you've got two screens, you want to make sure that the page and tax records is up when you're writing your contract, DocuSign, because it's just easier if you have all three and actually bounce back from each other instead of having to drop a screen and get a screen. Next is going to be our purchase price. So it says paid in US dollars at the following terms. So we'll just use a basic number. If the house is, 400, and in today's market, if you're offering 405, 425, the purchase price is obviously what the buyer has agreed upon to make an offer on that house. You want to make sure your zeros are correct. You don't want to have 40,000 when it's supposed to be 400,000. So that's so easy to do mistake wise, but the computer should populate it later. You'll see that where we talk about that. But look at the MLS. I know when you start getting to $1 million property, like zeros kind of come out of nowhere. Look at the MLS page on the top where it says price, and it should actually look the same as that in terms of the amount of zeros. And I know that sounds simple, but you wouldn't believe the times that I've had a contract sent to me when it was supposed to be 400,000 and it was 4 million, or it was 40,000. So you definitely want to go back to the basics of math and make sure your zeros are correct. The due diligence fee, that's the next section. So you'll see it says by due diligence fee made payable to the seller by the effective date by, and it has certain blanks: cash, personal check, official check, wire transfer, electronic transfer. Electronic transfer is new due to Zelle and cash outs and things of that nature. Keep in mind, if the buyer is going to cash out, they're going to Zelle, whatever electronic, pay service, those services limit. That's become a new thing that some people will use that. The other downfall of that is that gives the opportunity for the buyer and the seller to kind of have each other's contact. So if somebody is going to Zelle you, they would need a phone number. So you might not want to do that this early in the stage if you are an agent who don't think buyers and sellers should have each other's contact. It is acceptable in today's world. However, keep in mind, they put limits on it. So if your due diligence is $5,000, Zelle may only allow you to do 1,500 a day or something. So you would not be able to do the due diligence amount within that one day. Your best options are going to be a personal check or a wire transfer. Then again, you would have to get into account numbers. We know about wire fraud. We know that we're not supposed to give other account numbers. So really your best option there is a personal check or a cashier's check from the bank to the seller, or you can even do money orders. I think money orders, if people still do those, they only come in $500 increments, but you could get two if it was $1,000. So you're going to write in the amount here. So let's say our due diligence is $5,000. So you would write in $5,000. There again, pay attention to your zeros. And then you can check what options that money will be distributed in. If you're writing the contract and don't know, you could check 3 options. Sometimes I'll check personal check and official bank check because I don't know how they're going to execute the due diligence money at that point. And either one of those would be acceptable. So I will check both. Earnest money is the next section. So remember, due diligence money is what's going to go to the seller directly. And we'll talk about that in a minute. Your earnest money is what is going to the escrow agent. Remember, Keller Williams doesn't hold earnest money. So that is usually a closing attorney. And that is the amount that they would want to put down for earnest money, whether it's $2,500, $5,000. We know in today's market, due diligence money is really where it's at. Sellers are looking at due diligence. They're saying buyers have got skin in the game. They just put down $15,000 due diligence and $2,500 earnest. So they feel like that's a pretty strong contract. The buyer wouldn't walk away. So the next block would be earnest money. And you would fill that in with your 3,000, whatever. I'm going to skip a little bit and go to the bottom. These top 3 lines are what you will use mostly. There are times we will use the other ones, and I'll go back to it. But if you put your earnest money at if you put your purchase price at $400, you put your due diligence money at $5,000 and your earnest money at $5,000. Then this bottom line should calculate the 400,000 minus 5 minus 5. So that bottom line, as you see, says balance of the purchase price in the cash settlement. So this contract is kind of in a good light thinking. We're going to get through due diligence. We're going to get through repairs. The buyer is going to get credit for their due diligence money back and their earnest money back at closing. So it's saying the total is the 400 minus the 5 minus the 5 because they've already been paid in. Any questions with that? I will hit those other 3 lines. There is something called additional earnest money. So let's say your buyer is not cash heavy, which means they may have $1,000, $2,000, but they would need to transfer some money from a different account or transfer money from a 401k to get the additional escrow money in earnest. So you could put on line 3, $500. And then you could put on line 4 in there, buy additional earnest deposit made payable to deliver to the escrow agent no later than 5 p.m. on this date. So let's say I'm writing an offer today. I'm going to put down $500 in earnest money. Today is the 24th, but my client is actually getting a bonus tomorrow. So he'll have more cash. So we want to put in there additional money by March the 1st. You could put in there 500, whatever. That seller know that they are putting down more, and it's just going to take a couple of days to get there. Keep in mind, if your buyer does a personal check for the first 500 amount, when they do additional, it has to be a cashier's check. All additional earnest money has to be a cashier's check. And that's going to go to the closing attorney. Seller, we don't see that a lot, but there is a blank in there. If you wanted, the seller is going to finance. I'm not going to go over that in detail because normally you won't be dealing with any of that here lately, but there are blanks. But on the first page, when you're looking at price, you're typically going to use your purchase price, your due diligence money, your earnest money, and then that would be minus the 2 to give you your balance. Keep in mind, sometimes DocuSign will put this number in directly. It'll calculate it for you. Sometimes it won't. So you want to make sure before you send it for signatures that these numbers are correct. Any questions about first page? Remember, we'll get into due diligence money a little bit later, but also on the earnest money, you have a block to put either it'll be sent at the time of the contract, the effective date, or within 5 days. So remember, due diligence money is due immediately. If you get a contract executed from the buyer and the seller today at 4 o'clock, that seller is expecting that due diligence money later today, maybe in the morning, if you've made arrangements for that agent. The earnest money will actually, you can take 5 days to get that and turn it into the closing attorney. Normally, you're going to get both checks, whatever, however you've worked it out with the buyer together and execute those. But I hear a lot of new agents that say, well, we went under contract Thursday. I'm going to deliver the due diligence money Monday. The due diligence money is due immediately. So when you're writing these contracts, you want to make sure your buyer, if they're putting up $5,000 due diligence, they've got $5,000 liquid equity that they could pull from a bank right then and give you within a couple hours for due diligence. Questions about due diligence, earnest money, when to turn those in, how to turn those in?
Hey,
All right.
Sharon, I don't have a question about due diligence. I wanted to verify it. This is Form 310 that you're working off of, is that right?
Uh-huh.
A home.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, for a home that's on the market.
And with everything going so quickly in today's market, it is actually, I have a lot of, as doing listings on a seller's market, like a lot of agents won't even put the home under contract in the system until they've received that due diligence. So due diligence is really, really where it's at in terms of those agents who are protecting their seller are making sure that due diligence money is delivered as part of the contract. Whereas your earnest money could go to the closing attorney within 5 days. I personally wouldn't be carrying around money for 5 days. If I got both checks at one time, I would make sure that I got it to the closing attorney, even though you had a 5-day span. Does that answer your question, Aaron, about due diligence, Ernest? All right.
I'm sorry, it does. I was scrambling to try and get it unmuted. So yes, it does.
Okay. I'm on page 2 now. I'm at the top of page 2, which is kind of initially what we've just discussed. It says, the buyers agree that the buyer will pay the fee by the deposited amount, whether it's electronic transfer, seller. This is important right here when it says, should buyer fail to deliver either the due diligence fee or the initial earnest deposit by their due dates, or should check the funds paid the buyer be dishonored for any reason, the institution upon the payment is drawn, buyer shall have 1 banking day notice. So what that's essentially saying is, if you say your buyer is going to deliver the due diligence and is going to deliver the earnest money and they don't within the time, you really have failed your part of the contract as a buyer and you are in breach of contract. So they may or may not, depending on the seller, be even under contract, because those 2 fees are a consideration of the contract. I'll give you a great example. I had one go under contract. I think Christmas this year was on a Saturday. We went under contract Christmas Eve, Friday night. The buyers were out of town. I represented the seller. I was very easy in saying it's Friday night, Christmas is the weekend. Can we deal with monies on Monday? Because my seller down as well. Come Monday, we had no money, no due diligence, no earnest. Come Tuesday, come Wednesday, come Thursday. Basically, that whole week, we were not given a due diligence check or any earnest money was not deposited. We actually sent a termination to them because they had not fulfilled their duty of the contract. So that money is the affection of the contract. All right. Section E talks about the earnest money deposit, and we all know that if you get through your due diligence, and if you get to closing, the buyer will get their earnest money back. If the buyer walked away the day before closing, they may or may not get their earnest money back, depending if the seller would release it. 9 out of 10, they will not get it back. So the top part of this just really talks about what earnest money is. It's holding the property kind of like layaway until you closing. The due diligence money is more like the buyer buying time from the seller, take the house off the market, have inspections, have surveys, have appraisals due, and we know that if the buyer walks away before its date, that they would actually lose their due diligence, but could keep their money if the seller agrees to sign off. And we'll talk about what that means. So I'm on section F, escrow agent. That is essentially who you're going to turn in that earnest money to. So if it is Minot and Clemens in our office, you want to write in there, Minot and Clemens LLC. If you're doing a closing at a different attorney, maybe a different location you want to write the name of the escrow agent in there. Let's say you're writing a contract at 10 o'clock at night. You don't know what closing attorney to use, but you need to get this contract done. You could put to be determined in there and then update it later. But 9 times out of 10, that is going to be where the property will close at a closing real estate office. All right, so I'm on section G as effective date. The effective date of the contract is when it is executed. Executed means the buyer signed, the seller signed, they've agreed on terms, it is done. You are officially under contract. Keep in mind, if you write a contract to a seller, they change the terms and send it back to you. So maybe they've changed the due diligence amount or the price, but they've signed it. That is not executed. Your buyer would then have to initial those changes saying they agree for it to be executed. So the best way to remember your effective date or your executed date, or some people call it your ratified date, is the last person that have signed. I'm not going to read these line by line. I'm just going to go over them so you understand and you can stop me. That one says the date that the last one of the buyer or seller has signed and initialed this offer as a final counter offer. So remember, the important thing is if you write an offer to a seller, they change any terms, then you want to make sure they initial the terms that have been changed and your buyer has to initial the terms, saying that both parties agree. A lot of times I'll find that the listing agent will counter back with some terms. You will then go to your buyer to see if they agree, and you'll make the changes and have the seller initial, or you'll just change the contract so it's one clean contract with the right terms. So effective date, last one that signs gives us that effective date. Due diligence. We just talked about that. It's the buyer's opportunity to investigate the property through the transaction. I'm on section I, your due diligence fee, a negotiated amount, if any, by the buyer to the seller with the contract for the buyer's right to terminate the contract for any reason and for no reason during the due diligence. So I'll give you my spiel on due diligence. Buyers can terminate any reason. If a property down the street comes on the market and the buyers like that property better, as long as they're within the due diligence period, they can terminate, but they would lose their $5,000 that they have put down. If the buyer and the seller can agree on inspection cost, so let's say your buyer has a inspection and there are some things in the inspection that the buyer doesn't like. The buyer goes to the seller and says, I want you to fix this. If the seller does not agree to fix this and the buyer walks away, they will then lose their due diligence money. A lot of new agents can't wrap their head around that because they say, well, it's not my buyer's fault that the seller won't fix it. That's why when you go into these contracts, you want to make sure that the buyer understands the process. And that they are, the way I usually will convey it to a buyer is, yes, we're going to lose $5,000 and nobody wants to lose that money. However, there's a foundation issue that could cost us $50,000 or 10, 15 reasonably. The seller's not willing to pay that. So it's rather better to lose that $5,000 than inherit somebody's, $20,000 foundation problem. So due diligence fees, again, we'll talk about it, but they are very high right now. Just remember, in the due diligence fee, it is non-refundable. If it doesn't appraise, buyer and seller can't work out the terms, it's non-refundable. So when your buyer puts down that due diligence, you want to make sure they have skin in the game no matter what, and they want to move forward. Questions with due diligence? Due diligence period. Section J is when you fill in the date. Here's what I'll caution you on here. Make sure we're putting a date in here. Don't put 30 days. Don't put 21 days, because if you've got you, closing attorney, a seller, a seller's agent, a closing coordinator, maybe they'll count weekends, maybe they count business days. Maybe they're different in South Carolina versus North Carolina. So put an actual date in there, so there is no question what that due diligence date is going to be. Keep in mind too, if you write this offer on a Friday night, but then it says sellers aren't going to look at the contracts until Tuesday, it's a multiple offer. Make sure you update the dates if you need to, because 10-day due diligence date in there on Friday, and the seller in 4 days to you've won the contract, you've actually just eaten off 4 days of your time period for your buyers to actually have inspections and things. But the best thing to lender, talk to your home inspector. I mean, many times I'm writing a contract and I will text my home inspector and say, I got a multiple offer. How quickly could you get me an inspection? Can we do it in 2 weeks, or do we need to do it 3? Keep in mind, a lot of vendors are busy right now. So if you're doing an inspection, you're doing a survey, obviously the lender will order the appraisal. 10 days, 15 days, sometimes even 20 days is not realistic because the vendors can't get out there in time. The other side of the coin is, from a buyer perspective, you want the due diligence period to be long. That gives you time to do what you need. However, if you want to look like a strong buyer, then you want that due diligence period to be short, because sellers are looking for a shorter period. And my job is just to talk about the contract, not really strategy, but I always offer that. So we're going to put in here our due diligence date. And remember, our due diligence date is any time from the effective date. So if we sign this contract today, 2/24, and we put in 3/15 as our due diligence date, by the end of 3/15, we would have to have our survey, our home inspections, our septic inspection, our well inspection, the actual appraisal. So anything that we wanted to do on the house, we would have to have those results back by the 15th. Questions with that? Settlement date. I'm at the top of page 3. Settlement date is actually, you know what? I just looked at this contract. I think I'm doing a vacant lot one. That's the reason why you asked me if it was different. Settlement date is actually the date that you would be under contract and you would set to close. So if you want to close March the 31st, you would put on there March the 31st. So realistically, what happens with that is you can close on or before. So for instance, I'm supposed to have a closing on Monday, which I think is the 28th. They actually reached out to us this week and said, we've got everything together. We want to close on the 25th. So we're closing tomorrow. We're still within guidelines because we're closing on for our settlement date. So your settlement date is your closing date when you would go to closing. Keys would be exchanged, deeds are recorded, monies are exchanged. Now I know why Aaron asked me if I was following the right contract, because I'm actually looking at a vacant lot instead of a offer to purchase. So that makes sense. If you give me 2 seconds, I'm going to grab another contract. Sorry about that. I'm just going to pull up another one on the screen. I apologize. They're pretty similar until we get to one section, but now that makes sense. Any questions about due diligence, earnest money, closing date, things of that nature at this point? Pull that up real quick. I printed one out. I think I grabbed the wrong one. All right, I'm just going to go over one that I have here on the screen. Any other time I would have them laying around. All right, here we go. I was just trying to see if there's anything on those first 2 pages that are really different. Not really. All right, guys. So I am actually at the top of page 3 when it talks about closing. And we've already kind of covered that in terms of the completion of days. We'll talk a little bit later about how many days are in there. There is a 12-day delay in there. So if you put your closing date as March the 1st, and you have to close March the 2nd, then you're still within the guidelines of closing. However, those are in there for God-given days. Those are not just in there because the seller didn't move out, because the buyer couldn't get their loan documents in time. Those are really put into a contract for reasons of that, God-given days. It snows. We all can't make it to the closing attorney, things of that nature. So we'll talk a little bit about that later in the process. And that has changed, I think I just said 12 days, but it's actually 7 days. It changed last year. It used to be you had 14 days built in, but now you have 7, and I'll show you where it says that in the contract. So the section
Hey, Sharon, I
on,
got a quick question.
sure.
I see where due diligence date is put in on the South Carolina form. Where is settlement date put in at? I can't find it anywhere.
So that might be the issue. We're doing the North Carolina form.
Is this sugar?
Oh, okay. Well, this makes sense because the class was on my calendar as a South Carolina forms class.
Okay.
Yeah, well, and I too was going over I was going over a lot vacant land, but it's North Carolina. So now that we're on the right page.
Yeah, I thought so too.
I got you.
You thought
Okay.
so?
Is it saying that it's South Carolina?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep, North Carolina was a few weeks ago. For us.
Okay, so.
So I switched with somebody. I was supposed to do the 17th or last week, and she switched with me, but we actually.
Both were supposed to be South Carolina forms.
Today.
Yeah, last week, which no one showed up. And this week, we're both supposed to be South Carolina forms.
See, and I apologize. That's the reason why everybody's looking confused. Y'all should have stopped me way before now. So actually on our schedule, it says North Carolina. So consensus, if you tell me I can switch gears, I'll be glad to do a South Carolina.
Well, we've got 10 minutes left. I mean,
It's actually from 1 to 3, but it's totally up to
sorry.
you. No,
sorry.
I am so sorry because on our sheet, it says North Carolina.
I would prefer to go over to South Carolina buyer like we were scheduled to today.
Okay, so you want to go over, if you were a buyer's agent writing a contract for a South Carolina offer.
Yeah.
Well, and I'll tell you too, that's changing. So that contract's actually changing in the next couple months, and we'll start a new contract in June with the actual due diligence. So if that's what you want to go over and everybody's in consensus, I have no problem. That's so weird. I'm looking at the guidelines when they sent it out to us, and it says North Carolina buyer contract. I apologize.
Sharon, I got my information from the calendar. Is that where I was supposed to get it from? Because it did say South Carolina there. So I just want to make sure I'm in the right place.
So whatever is on the calendar was what they normally do. I'll tell you what happened with Sabre being out. They sent this month to us in terms of T group partners and said, who wants to teach what? And then they put us on these dates, and then they told us what we were teaching. So that is, that's totally administration issues. I apologize to you guys, but I was told today is North Carolina buyer's contract. So the calendar, I think, was put out before they had us pick up these dates to include. So obviously the challenge is whatever was put out versus what we signed up to teach. But it sounded like you were wanting the South Carolina buyer contract as well.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so if you give me 2 seconds, let me just pull up one of those so we're on the same page. And anybody who was on here that wanted that and has to jump off, the classes from 1 to 3, I can definitely cover it. But if you had to jump off and wanted me to go over that with you at a certain time, I'll just put my email in the chat box and you can definitely email me. I'll be glad to do it. I apologize. I need to check to make sure everybody else is on board with this. So while I'm pulling that up, were any of you aware that the South Carolina buyer contract is going to be changing?
No, no,
Yes.
Yeah,
no, I didn't know.
and it's changing in a big way. I don't know what it looks like. I don't know what the changes will be. There will be training. I am told that it will come out in spring. I think there's already an introduction of what it will be. And then they will give us a couple of months to phase out the old one and actually do the new one, which will be more simultaneously, from what I've heard, to the North Carolina one with due diligence dates, because we know now South Carolina only has like due diligence to refer to repairs. So we will be covering something that's changed very quickly, which is fine. Let me just pull up one of those.
I signed up for the intro class to that, the transition. They're introducing all of that in the PAR. Am I
Yes.
saying it right? PRAR class? Mhm.
And is in March, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that might be, if you have that date or whatever, and I signed up for something too in March. I think mine might have been South Carolina Real Estate Commission Board. So there's all kind of things going out there. And of course, as Keller Williams, we will have that information coming as well. Let me just pull a South Carolina one for you. And of course, now that I went to get another contract, my dog just came in. So good times over here. Let me go grab a file. Everything I have is land right now. I'm doing a lot of land. Let me pull one for South Carolina. Do you normally have the, when you're writing a South Carolina one, it's totally different than North Carolina, or you're usually able to navigate through it except a couple places?
Good idea.
Well, I'm
I'd
brand
like-
new,
I'd
so I
like
just
him
got
to,
my
like,
my
tell
South
me,
Carolina
you know,
license.
I'd like him
Okay.
to talk me out of it.
So I
And
haven't
then
done it
eventually,
yet.
like, you know.
Yeah, and so that's actually good. You don't know what you don't know. So when it changes, it won't really matter. Let me see now. Let me add one. I'm totally unprepared now. I'm just gonna go to DocuSign and grab one since I don't have one. I'm gonna put you down for 1 second. Let me grab it off this other one. All right, guys, if anybody has left, again, certainly apologize. And that might have been a little bit of the hiccup that that when we started, I said North Carolina. So, and then maybe they changed some of that because it was announced that a new one was coming out, but don't really know. So I will start to go over this one and we will get through it. And if you want any additional information on it, then I will definitely take the time to do it. I've got a copy printing out now, but a lot of this will change. And the reason why they are changing is because there are a lot of states that use a due diligence period more consistently, like the North Carolina one, but South Carolina due diligence is not used the same. So just want to make sure that we're all aware there are new changes coming. So I'm not going to hit, I'm basically looking at 310, which is actually what Aaron had said earlier. I'm not going to do like the first page again, like how do you put the buyer's name? How do you do that? But obviously it's the same thing. You want to follow your tax records. Also, one thing I didn't mention earlier is if you are, if you actually have somebody co-signing or getting a gift and they want to be on the deed, then if they are contributing in the process, co-signing, then they would need to be a buyer as well. I had ran across that this week with a newer agent. So let's see. So I'm in the middle section, and that actually gives you the opportunity to, if you are working with a buyer, then you want to have the buyer's initial. The section there that they are a client because they have already signed a working with real estate agents agreement, and they've already signed a buyer's broker agreement with you. So if you are a buyer's agent, you would have your buyer initial that. The seller part would not be yours. That would be the seller or the seller's agent to fill that out. Purchase price, going to be a little easier here. Not all those lines. You again are filling out the purchase price. You're going to attach if it is finance, if it's cash, or if that pre-approval letter is with it. Property is going to be the same. We're going to look at the address. We're going to look at tax records, things of that nature. So at the last line is actually where you will fill in your fixtures. So if you wanted to write in, you know, the refrigerator, the washer, the dryer, anything that is of consistent that you'd want to stay in the house, here's where you'll write it in, because it says parties agree that no personal property will transfer as part of this sale except described. You can either do that in an attachment or you can type this in here. And, you know, this is where in North Carolina, they kind of state specifically nailed down, tied down, whatever's in the home. In South Carolina, they really don't do that for us. So I think that will change in the contract too. I'm not sure, but I know it's been a constant issue. In South Carolina, I was taught if you want it, write it in. If you want the TV mount, if you want the curtain rods, because in South Carolina, it doesn't give us a list of what actually stays and what goes. So technically by law, the stove and things have to stay, because that you have to have a stove to get what's called a CO, a certificate of occupancy. But if there is anything in there that they want as a buyer, you want to write that in. I'm at the top of page 2, which is conveyance. Same thing. It's just going to be a closing date. Same thing you want to put on or before as you would in a North Carolina one. So if that date is the 17th, you want to put in there the 17th of March. The next section under there is where you're going to put the deed. So if your person buying the house is Mary Louise Moss, you're going to write in there Mary Louise Moss, the same as it would be on buyer. so that you actually have where the buyer would have the name on the deed. Keep in mind, South Carolina is a little bit different than North Carolina. It takes one to buy, one to sell. So for instance, if Mary Louise was your buyer, but David is the husband and he's not on the loan and wants to be your buyer. So Mary Louise is the buyer, but you could put both of them on the deed. So that's important to remember in South Carolina. If David is not on the deed here and David's not a buyer, even if they're married and Mary Louise goes to resell the property, David does not have to be a part of that sale. So remember, in North Carolina, it's different, but South Carolina, whoever you want on the deed can go on the deed, even if they're not a buyer. Any questions with that? Get a lot of questions about that with new agents. And that may change as well. In the contract, we just don't know. But right now, the way it works is if it was a husband and wife, they both want to be on the deed, but only one of them is on the loan. You put one as the buyer and both names on the deed. Earnest money is going to be the same. You're going to write in the earnest money. You are actually going to put, does the earnest money accompany the offer? Do you have a copy of that check already? Are you going to deliver it right away? Or are you going to put in there, it will come in by March the 1st or something of that nature? So you will check, it'll be paid by 6 p.m. on March the 1st and the amount. So you actually fill in, if you're, the way this would work, if your earnest money was $5,000, you would fill in $5,000 on section 5. Earnest money is paid the following. So you would put in again $5,000 if it accompanies this offer, or you would put in $5,000 will be paid by 6 o'clock on March the 1st. So you don't want to put it in there twice. You just want to put it in there the one time that it accompanies the offer. The next section is going to be your closing attorney, kind of like where we were with the other one. You would just put in, you know, McNaught and Clements or whoever your closing attorney is, who is your escrow money. The next section is in bold, and I'm on page 2 in the middle where it's bold. This, for compliance, our offers want $90 in there. So the parties understand that all circumstances, including default, escrow agent will not disperse money. So this is just saying if there is some type of dispute resolution, if they had to go to a mediation, that $90 shall be paid to the escrow agent by parties as compensation. That's what, if you send this in and it's not in there, then Carla from compliance is going to want you to put $90 in there. And that's where we talk about, you never want to tell a buyer earnest money is definitely going to come back to you, because by the state, that seller has to release the earnest money and have a signed termination releasing earnest money. If they chose not to release earnest money and you couldn't get that signed, then that earnest money would stay with a closing attorney for 90 days. If the buyer or the seller could not agree how that earnest money was going to be distributed, go to the state. The buyer or seller neither get it. Sometimes if you're in that situation, you won't be in it often, but if you are, you could say there's $5,000 here. Rather than this getting $1,000, let's give the buyer $2,500, give the seller $2,500. But that is $90 in there for a escrow agent parties if there's any type of dispute. Any questions about that?
Hey, Sharon, when you say it goes to the state, does that mean it's like, it's the state's money at that point? You can't, the buyer can't take the seller to court to be able to get it back?
So they can do civil, but it's outside of our reign. and that's a Sabre issue. Typically what happens, it's really the buyer and seller at that point, because the contract states that we won't be really involved in that process, that they understand that within 90 days, if they can't agree, that it goes to the state. But yes, they can
Okay.
go to court. At that point, I'll tell you, we only had that happen once, and I was not even recommended to go to that. It was between the buyer and the seller.
All right, thank you.
Because the
It almost seems, obviously it's the buyer's money.
Uh-huh.
It seems like it benefits the seller just to keep kicking and screaming, for 90 days, because that money's gonna go to the state and not a penny of it is yours anyway. So,
Well, yeah, but at that point, to me, and again, this is all about resolution dispute. That point to me is kind of a moot point, because if it goes to the state, nobody gets anything. So I've actually had to do a little damage control with buyers and sellers and say, look, I know you don't want to give this back, but right now you're getting nothing. So at least if you give half back, you're getting something. So hopefully none of us are ever in that. And if you read that bold part, it does say a mediation agreement or a court of competent jurisdiction has directed a disbursement. Earnest money will not be dispersed and determined to be good funds if legal actions occur. So it does get into the legal part, but and usually Sabre will get involved in that. But yeah, it kind of bites. But that's just very cautious. I hear a lot of buyers agents telling their client in North Carolina, hey, let's put down a big due diligence. Let's put down a big earnest. You're always going to get your earnest money back. You're not always going to get that earnest money back. There are two termination forms. One says you can terminate and give back the earnest money. One says you can terminate and not give it back. So that's where we don't become attorneys. Section 6, it talks about the transaction cost. And in every contract, the buyers have certain transaction costs, the sellers have certain transaction costs. This is important to read. I think this will be changing too, because there's a couple of loopholes in this. Buyer transaction costs include all costs and closing costs resulting from selected financing prepaid. So you really want to read in there what a buyer's transaction costs were. And it also says what the seller's transaction costs. So it clearly states who's responsible for buyer and seller transaction cost. All costs to be obtained from pertaining to the owners association, any transfer fees, certificate of occupancy, capital contributions. So you can check in here a buyer box or a seller box. If the box is checked, if no box is checked, these will be added to the sellers. So here's where you really get tripped up in here. Typically, if you want to represent your buyer to the best of your ability, you'd think, well, I'll have the seller pay for those. However, in this market, if you want to put a competitive offer in, then you want to put in the buyer's transaction cost, because you want to show the seller anything that comes up, I'm going to pay. Here's what could come up. I just had this happen recently. A buyer's agent put in there, they checked the box buyer transaction cost, but then the HOA was charging the seller a capital contribution fee, kind of closeout fee, leaving the property fee, and it went on the seller's side of the CD, and the buyer's agent did not like that. But typically that's what you get into if you're saying the buyer can pay everything that comes up. So you want to be careful there. I think that'll be changed a little bit in the contract. And then the next section just says at closing, seller will pay buyer's transaction costs not to exceed X amount. So we don't really have to deal with that in today's market. But when a buyer was asking a seller to pay transaction costs, you would just put an even fee in there. you would put like $5,000 or whatever. I've seen people put before like a percentage, because certain types of loans, you can only have the seller paying for so much. So technically, if it's a conventional loan, you can only have the seller pay 3% of buyer closing costs. But they really have changed that since the old days, and that's going to be a number in there. So just a direct number. Any questions with that page so far? I'm going quickly, so stop me. I'm trying to make up for lost time. Section 7 is just the financing. Is contingent or not contingent on financing, and obviously unless it was cash, it would be contingent upon financing. And then you want to put in there if it's a 30-year loan, a 15-year loan, or maybe different. I have this come up a lot when it says the loan equals the amount to a maximum percentage of the purchase price or the appraisal price. So here's where you can benefit your buyer to write a stone contract. Like if your buyer is putting down 20%, then you want to put 80% in here, because that's showing the seller, hey, my buyer's putting down 20%. We're only doing a loan for 80% of the purchase price. I have a lot of agents that fill that in or don't fill that in, but it is really your leg up if the buyer, like I have one right now that the buyer's actually putting down half. So of course our loan was only going to be X amount, half of the purchase price. So that is a game stopper in terms of telling the seller, hey, a buyer's good. They've got a lot of cash heavy and they're putting down a lot of money there. So make sure you're using that to your advantage. The next block in section 7 says buyer shall apply for financing by. This is probably will change as well. I think this is a little bit dated in terms of a contract. I usually put in there 3 to 5 days or an actual date. So if I was writing a contract today, I may say 2/24 is the day we're writing it, but I might put in there March the 1st. In hindsight, we know that is really not true, because we know that if we're writing a contract as an agent, we have already checked with their lender. They've received a pre-approval. We know they can buy this house, but that gives them a little 5-day grace period if some lenders haven't checked overtime or verified things of that nature. So that box to me is a little bit outdated, because if you put a date ahead of time, then you know that you already have a ready, willing buyer. And that just leads into what it says: seller of reasonable pre-filed loans, pre-approval loans, income conditions by. So that is actually a little bit longer in the process, which means, they have checked everything they need to check. They're waiting on appraisal. So a lot of times that will be like 21 days just to give the lender some time. So you, again, can put a date. If we were looking at, I like to work backwards with my dates. If we're looking at closing March the 31st, I maybe would put in there that all that was going to be done by March the 18th or something, just to let them know that we'll have everything buttoned up on the loan process 2 weeks before closing. Any questions about that? So this is what they've added too, that you must notify the seller within writing if you change lenders. And I'm glad that this is in here. Used to be, you didn't have to do that. Like if anybody closed on the property and they changed, I'd find out 2 days before closing, we had an issue, and I'd call the lender and they're not even using that lender. So I usually like to put in there within 3 calendar dates that the buyer and the buyer's agent would notify the seller and the seller's agent that they are changing a loan type or they are changing a lender. We've had all the horror stories with the multiple offers that somebody puts in there, they're doing a conventional. 10 days later, you find out they're doing an FHA. So we really have some issues. So now you actually have to notify if that loan is changing, or even if you're changing a lender. Questions with that? The next section just has who the lender is. You've obviously checked pre-approval. You know if they're using, David Gamble at Wells Fargo. So you're actually putting in there who the lender is. If it's movement mortgage, you're putting what type of loan that they're doing. And you're checking the FHA VA financing if that is the type of loan that they're doing. And you will supply that with the documentation. Please, please, please do not be an agent that puts in there, they are doing a conventional loan when you know good and well they're doing an FHA just because you want to win the offer and then change it 3 days later. Your pre-approval letter will determine what type of loan they're doing. I actually had a buyer's agent send me one time, they were doing a conventional, but the pre-approval said FHA. So she thought she was doing the buyer a favor, but she was not. Any questions about lending, financing, buyers at that? Here's where it gets sticky. Repair process in state of South Carolina. This is what is bringing all this change with due diligence. The actual repair procedure, I'll kind of explain this as a whole. You actually have 3 different options here. So if you notice, Section 8 has one block called repair procedure. They have a due diligence period, and they have an as-is period. So you don't get to check all of those. You check one. So you want to make sure you are talking to your buyer about these 3, and you and the buyer determine what is best. Most South Carolina agents, most South Carolina sellers like the normal repair procedure. That means you would have your inspections done, you would have a repair list, y'all would negotiate repairs. So they're looking at these dates, looking for to say if we went under contract today, we'd have our inspections done by March the 10th or 12th or 15th. We need 2 to 3 weeks. We also want to make sure that we give the right date for the seller to respond. So for instance, if we are giving the date of March the 15th, that we don't allow that second blank to be March the 31st. We're not giving them 15 days to respond. You also want to make sure it is reasonable time to respond. You don't want to send a repair addendum March the 12th and say, I need you to respond by March the 13th. Husband, wife get home different times, agent gets it to them. You want to give them about 3 days to respond. If they had to get estimates, all of this is into play when you become a proficient buyer's agent writing these dates. So if I check repair procedure, I'm putting the first blank is the date that I want my inspections to be done by. The second date is the date that I want the seller to respond. If repair procedure is not the type of repair option I'm choosing, I'm not checking that box. I'm not putting anything in those dates except maybe NA. Any questions about that? Safety habitable. Just because it says kind of as is in this section doesn't mean that if you send a repair addendum with all of the hardware to be changed out that you had to do it. It actually is just what is safety habitable. South Carolina, you have to have heat. You don't have to have air, believe it or not. And, free of roof leaks, major things. So let's say that I wanted to do a due diligence period. In South Carolina, due diligence only refers to repairs. So if I check due diligence, I'm going to do a due diligence period, just like I would do in North Carolina. But you could only walk away if it had to do with repairs. You actually want to put your due diligence date. You actually want to put a due diligence termination fee. So that's where you may put $500, $1,000, whatever. And that money, as of now, is not paid until you walk away. So for buyers who are not cash heavy, and in North Carolina, it's hard for them to come up with due diligence, earnest money all at one time. The unique process about this contract is you could put down 5,000 due diligence, but you could never have to pay that money out unless you walked away. Due diligence period with repairs is kind of the same in the other repairs. You'd have your home inspection, you would get a repair addendum, you would send it. You know, if you couldn't work out the agreement between buyer and seller, then you could walk away, but you would lose that money. I would recommend this in South Carolina if it was an older home, or maybe the property disclosures wasn't filled out right. If you had any question about the condition of that home, this may be the best option for you. Not to tell you how to write a contract, but most South Carolina agents and South Carolina sellers prefer the repair versus the due diligence procedure. Any questions about that so far? This is usually the most misunderstood part of a South Carolina contract. The next section is as is. Keep in mind, as is means buyer buys the property for the purchase price while seller maintains the property from the effective date through closing, subject to normal wear and tear. Buyer retains the right to inspect the property by, so just because you're putting in as is does not mean that you do not have to have an inspection. You actually can have an inspection, but you will not have to, the seller wouldn't be responsible. In today's market, a lot of contracts are going as is because that's a buyer's leg up on a way to win. Questions between those? Repairs, as is, or due diligence? You can't check more than one. You have one opportunity there. And that's probably what everybody wanted to see this about, because that's commonly misunderstood.
So I have a question. So when you say the buyer, I mean, the seller is not responsible, I thought there were certain things that the seller is legally responsible for. I'm a little confused on that one.
Yeah, so technically that's what I was saying. When it says as is, a house has to be, by state of law, certain things. So really free of roof, like leaks, major, or heat. It has to have a working function heater. Now, if you had an HVAC company go out there and they say the heater needs the coils replaced, the heater is still functioning, it's an older unit, it might work 6 days, it might work 6 years, it might work 6 months. That could be an as-is situation because that company has said it works, it's not good, it's on its last leg, but because at that time the seller has heat, that would not be something they would have to repair.
Okay, that makes sense.
Does that clarify?
Thank
But
you.
if you went out there and it did not work, it did not respond, it did not work at all, and you got in writing by an HVAC, then technically you could initiate a termination if the seller did not want to, because you have to have working heat in a home. So as is not always as it appears, but most of the time this is going to mean as is, the buyer is communicating to the seller, I'm not going to nickel and dime you. I'm going to have a home inspection, but this deal will not fall apart because I'm agreeing to inherit what issues there are. Is that clear? Got it. Okay. So then we go into section 9. What does an inspection or re-inspection rights mean? You actually have the right to have an inspection. I will always recommend as a newer agent, if there are a lot of repairs and the seller has agreed on those repairs, have that home inspector come back and check them to make sure they're done. We want to save the world. We want to look like the best to our buyers, but realistically, we're not home inspectors. We're not crawl space people. We're not termite people. So if it is a laundry list of repairs that you have negotiated and that seller has agreed, you always want to make sure that seller's agent sends you documentation from where things have been completed, who completed them, invoices, but as a protection for you, I would have the home inspector come back and check those items. It may cost the buyer, I don't know, $100, $125, maybe $150 at this point, but at least you are guaranteeing that the repairs have been made in a good workable fashion through a licensed vendor. Now, we want to save our buyers money. If it's something simple like a door lock and you and the buyer can tell if the door lock has been changed, you might want to take on that ownership. But if it's crawl space stuff, if it's major components, please, please, please advise your client to spend the extra money to make sure it's done before you close. This just says in section 9, sellers will make the property accessible. This is in here because there's a lot of sellers that may not home inspections. So when you open up the home, as long as it's scheduled to have a final walkthrough and to have an inspection. Final walkthrough of inspection of the property within 48 hours due to closing. Seller will keep all utilities operational through closing. And then it says seller grants permission to contact utilities, connect utilities. That just says that you're going to instruct your buyer to turn on utilities in their name. And the seller may get a work order saying utilities will be disconnected in David Gamble's name at 224, but they'll actually go into Mary Louise's name on 224. Questions about that? All right, I'm on page 5, top of the page, appraised value. This is where it becomes very beneficial to your buyer if they're doing cash. They may not do an appraisal. If you are doing a loan, that lender is going to require an appraisal. You can't get out of it. However, if the buyer says, I want this house, I don't care what it appraises for. If it's for 400 that we're making an offer and it only appraises for 380, then I don't care what that appraiser says. I want the house and I'll put down the 20 extra in money because the lender is going to want the home to appraise for at least 400. So that is where you can win with a buyer to say, this contract is not contingent upon appraisal. If you are checking that box and you are doing a loan, you want to make sure you've had a conversation with that lender so that they understand the buyer's not concerned about an appraisal. You want to make sure the buyer, you and the lender are having a conversation, because if it doesn't appraise, sometimes it can just be more than the 20 grand extra, because that lender is at risk, so they will charge more. Lenders like to have a 98% loan to ratio value. And I don't want to get into that, but just don't check that box so easy unless the buyer understands what they're getting into and they've had a conversation with their lender to say, we offered 405. What happens if it doesn't appraise at that? So you got two options. It's contingent upon appraisal, or it is not contingent upon appraisal. Questions? Okay, moving along. So section 11, your wood infestation report in South Carolina, that's what we like to call a CL 100. That just means in addition to your home inspection, you are having a termite inspection. This is pretty easy. Most inspectors, when you have an inspector, they have a that they partner with that'll actually do this. But it is kind of like a second inspection. Keep in mind, this is not to check for rodents. This is not to check for mouse or cockroaches or anything like that. This is for termites and sometimes post-buttle bees or whatever, carpenter bees. So in this, you're just going to check. It is contingent on having a free and clear CL 100, which means somebody has went and checked it. There are no active termites. Also remember, if it's had termites in the past and they've been corrected, that will come on that report. Not the end of the world, as long as they've been corrected and somebody is checking. So on this, you will check. It is contingent. The buyer will have the property inspected at their expense. And that the buyer, everything here should be the buyer. If you're writing for the buyer, because you want the buyer to have their own termite inspection, choose that vendor. And you want to just put in there like within certain days before closing. So in this contract, it actually asks for calendar days, which I don't love, but you would just want to make sure you have what we call a free and clear CL 100, probably 10 days before closing, 15 days. If you're doing a 30-day closing, just break it in half. But that means you got to get that inspector out there, get it free and clear, and make sure it's delivered. That's not something that if you're closing the 31st of March, you want the inspector going out there the 28th. Questions about termite CL 100? You often can ask the seller if they have a current termite bond, they could possibly get you a CL 100. It might be included in their service, but 9 times out of 10, you're going to check all those boxes that the buyer would take care of that. Section 12 talks about a survey, a title, insurance. This is kind of like the due diligence process. Buyers will have the property surveyed. The closing attorney would do a title insurance. They would make sure it's free and clear title, which means the seller doesn't owe anybody anything. The buyer would make sure they could get insurance. If it's a flood property, they would make sure their lender would loan on it if they had to get flood insurance. So this is kind of, I'll let you read through it, but this is kind of like the buyer's due diligence of what items they want or need or could conduct. And remember, they don't have to, but it is always our recommendation for a survey. Title's going to be, flood certification is going to be required by a lender. If you had a FHA or VA type of loan buyer, they're always going to require a CL 100. So that's when you can partner with your loan officers to say, my client is doing an FHA loan. What do I need of inspections? What are they going to ask for? And we can always help you with that as well. 13 talks about the right of survival. This is where I was talking earlier to say that if you actually have a buyer and a seller, you want to make sure, I'm sorry, 2 buyers, you want to make sure that they are on the deed. Survival. If any provision herein contained by which nature of effect is required to be observed, kept, performed after closing, it will survive the closing by upon for the parties here are until fully kept or performed. So that is when you're going to talk to that buyer and say right of survival. If David and Marianne are on the deed, if something should happen to David, the property would go to Marianne. Make sure that you're getting the right names on there. And even at closing, if you've put both of them on the deed, you want to make sure that attorney has both of them on the deed at closing. Home warranties. I won't go over that a lot. We're not seeing a lot of home warranties these days, but there are some certain boxes in here. If the buyer is going to ask for a home warranty to be provided, parties agree that a home warranty ordered by, which would be buyer's agent, with at least 12 months of coverage, the closing date, will or will not be provided at closing up to a certain amount and will be paid by, you're either going to put the seller or the buyer. I have a lot of buyers these days that aren't asking the seller to pay for a home warranty, but they'll buy themselves a home warranty. So it's pretty simple. Are you going to have one? If so, who's going to pay for it? What's the amount going to be? So you want to make sure all that information is correct If none, then you would just put will not be provided and NA and those blanks if you want to fill out all of those blanks. Section 15, fire or casualty or injury. So this is super good because it lets everybody know that if we're set to close the 25th of March and the house would actually burn down on the 24th, the buyer would not be responsible to move forward if there's nothing there. If a buyer or inspection causes damage, so here's where you will learn, licensed contractors, licensed inspector. If your home inspector goes out there and he puts a hole in the wall and the seller comes to you and the seller's agent, you then are going to the home inspector because he has his own insurance and he would have to correct the hole. So I will let you read through this, but it actually is pretty detailed upon any type of injury or damage to the property, or if the house would actually completely burn down and there was no actual structure left. 16, it's just like in North Carolina. You want to make sure the buyer has read those property disclosures and that they have seen a copy, they've signed a copy. So you check the box. If there's not a property disclosure, or in some transactions, the buyer and seller agree not to do one, then you would check no. But normally that's just a simple box to say that the buyer has read the property disclosures. If you are making an offer on a property and it doesn't have the property disclosures, please get those before you make an offer. Let the buyer read them. Section 17, lead-based paint. We've talked about that in class. You did that in order to get your license. Obviously, the home was built before 1978. The agent should have a lead-based paint addendum for the buyers to look at and determine if they want to have a lead-based paint inspection or if they waive the right to that. Section 18 talks about any sexual offenders, criminal. Here's what I usually will tell my people at this. It is your due diligence to check the registry. It is your due diligence to call the police and say how many break-ins have they had. That's not part of my due diligence as a broker, but it is part of your due diligence if you want to, or if those things are important to you. And I don't say that lightly, like they're not important, but you have to be careful with some of those because you may have a 16-year-old and a 17-year-old, and the boy was 17 or 18 and the girl was 16, and now he's a sex offender because his girlfriend was. So you have to be careful with some of that, and you want to kind of separate yourself from that, but tell them that you are not required to check that, and that is their decision if they want to check that. Trust account. So typically when you put in your earnest money, I always check that it may not be deposited into an interest-bearing account, because what will happen is the closing attorneys have a separate trust account. They're not going to earn money off of, a lot of escrow money sitting in there. So I always know that it may not be placed in a deposit earnest money account, which means a closing attorney is just not making money off your client's escrow money. Number 20 talks about South Carolina tax gains and federal income. You definitely want to make sure that you are telling your client you're not a tax accountant, you're not a tax attorney. They will comply with South Carolina laws.
Hey, Sharon,
Yes.
just a real quick question on that trust account piece, because that's a little different than North Carolina. Because in North Carolina, through the buyer agency agreement, you're basically telling your client up front that it's going to money's going to be put into a trust account, and whoever owns that trust account is going to earn the interest on it. So you're saying in South Carolina, you're checking may not.
You can put may or may not. I've been doing,
That is the cutest baby.
never had that one be an issue, just as my general go-to, because I will tell you all of the, how do I say this the right way? All of the attorneys that I use, all of the recommended highly reputable real estate attorneys don't necessarily have a trust account in there that it's going to grow interest. So I would, I would yet to beg to differ that will ever come up, but watch, it'll come up the day I say that. Never had that come up. But that's a great question. Number 20, you just kind of talk about that. You also make sure that you don't make a huge deal about it because you're not a tax attorney. You may talk about how taxes are arreared and the taxes go into the mortgage person can talk about that. What you can also use on that too is if there's any tax liens against you, if you are a buyer and you haven't paid South Carolina taxes, then, before they can give you pre-approval, that may actually come up. From a seller point of view, if there's any liens to the state of South Carolina on unpaid taxes, it would have to be paid before closing. So I cover this, but I don't into federal laws, state laws, tax laws, things of that nature, because obviously, it could come up or not come up in terms of, we're not tax attorneys. So 21 is pretty, cut and dried. It is an entire agreement. They agree that once the buyer signs, once the seller signs, you have a binding contract and it's agreed. And same thing, wherever is the last initial is when it is actually executed or ratified. So I would just make sure that we're getting all initials and everything checked. Any adjustments? 22 talks about prorations. So on the closing disclosure, if that seller has paid the HOA for the year, obviously, if we're closing March the 25th, then the buyer would actually give him a credit back for the rest of the year because they're enjoying the HOA. It would be prorated. Same thing with taxes. If the buyer is going to pay that tax bill at the end of the year, then the seller would give them a actual proration from January and February because that's when they lived in the house. So again, you'll see that more on a closing disclosure, but it's pretty easy just to read in there what any prorations or adjustments would be. 23 talks about default. Here's where you get into, it seems like the buyer has to do this, the buyer has to do this. It is a seller as well. So if the seller can't just wake up tomorrow morning and say, I don't want to sell my house anymore, he may be at liberty for any inspections, any closing cost that has already been done, even to the point of if the buyer had to pay deposits for actual rentals or moving companies. So both parties, because it's a contract, are really in a default if they breach the contract. Hopefully you don't have to deal with that, but you let your buyer know, we are in a contract. The buyer said they'd do this. The seller said they would do this within the means of the contract. 24 on the top of page 7 is mediation. Technically, South Carolina and North Carolina likes to avoid overexpensive litigation. They don't want me, the buyer's agent, the seller's agent, the buyer and the seller hiring 4 attorneys, and then we all spend illegal fees. So they like to call mediation, which are, all parties agree to go to mediation first. They want to have some kind of peer review kind of mediation to try to remedy the problem so that it doesn't have to go to court. So, we talked about money and things of that nature. They want to try to work this out within the means of the South Carolina Real Estate Commission and the two BICs so that we can reach a settlement and actually move forward instead of it getting really costly, adding a whole bunch of litigation and attorneys. Mediation determines from, if you submit it to that mediation group, who shows up, people will listen to your case, things of that nature. It's a process you don't want to have to go to, but it does have mediation instead of saying, we're just done, we're all going to go hire our own attorney. Number 25 means non-reliance clause. So basically that means that you have signed this contract, you want to be in this contract as a buyer's agent. I didn't tell you, if you go on this, sign this contract, you close at closing, I will give you a cruise to the Bahamas. So you are reliant on any promises. The only thing that you are reliant on is the factual information that we have given you in terms of what the contract says, what the property disclosures say. We haven't promised anything because we, again, are not tax attorneys. We're not attorneys. We're not appraisers. There is no implied information that if you buy this house, it'll go up 16%. We could probably guarantee that here lately, but we would never offer that. You can actually show them a comp agreement of somebody who bought the house last year and then they went to sell it this year and they've got, $65,000 equity in it, but you cannot say if you buy this house within a year, you'll have $65,000. Anything that the buyers did not, they because something you implied. That's why pure basics, you don't talk about your experience as a roofer, as a contractor, because you are not. Questions about that? Broker's disclaimer, that just means obviously that you've given kind of what I just said, both of those in reliance. You've given no knowledge to anything expressed, implied, the condition of the property, the utilities, the zoning, the ordinance, anything that would be a material fact that you would have to disclose. But if you did not know it, then realistically, you have not violated a contract if they build that house and then a grocery store comes across the street because you did not know it at the time. But if you knew it, you definitely would have to disclose it. Broker's compensation, it's pretty easy. It will let them know that you'll get paid at closing. It's an oral agreement, obviously in the buyer agency with them. 28 talks about any other attachments, contingencies. This is just like the North Carolina one. If you had a VA, FHA addendum, you put it on there. 29 talks about notice of delivery. Same thing. When it comes in, when they respond, you're going to send them the contract. You're going to have it initialed if it needs to be. Effective notice is when you have received it. So, if it's in my inbox, but I have not opened the inbox, but the best way to kind of describe this is just to say, it's communication. When I know something, I'm going to tell you within a reasonable time. Obviously, if it comes in at 12 o'clock at night and I'm sleeping, I will notify you the next morning. Questions about that? Any acknowledgement on the top of page 8 is Section 30, due to potential criminal activity, parties are solely responsible to verify all writing instructions by the law of the bank. This kind of leads into that wire fraud, which we talk so much about in every class that we go to. So you're just going to let them know that any agreement as a law, a binding document that we've discussed, you're going to let them know that if anybody ever sends them an email from Sharon Martin saying, I need your bank account, it is not me. So that's when you're going to just discuss that type of criminal activity that could happen. Expiration of offer. So the one thing I do like about South Carolina is that they do have an expiration of offer date that you could put in there. If I'm sending the offer today at 2 o'clock, then the sellers would have until 2 o'clock tomorrow to respond. If they do not respond or they have not signed that offer, then this offer is actually expired. In today's market, it's hard to use that because people are doing multiple offers. They're holding it up for 2 to 3 days. You do, as a buyer's agent, want to put that in there if you can, because it will protect your buyer. However, use reasonable resource. I've had an agent send me an offer at 10 o'clock at night and say it's going to expire at 7 o'clock the next morning. 9 times out of 10, I may not be talking to a client at 10 o'clock at night before 7 o'clock the next morning. So please make sure that you are using diligent care and just an efficiency that is responsible to our market. I think 24 hours is highly responsible. You'll have a lot of agents in this market right now that if they send you something at 8 in the morning, they want to answer by noon because they want to wrap it up. Doesn't always work that way, but reasonable time. I just say treat everybody like you want to be treated. The next section just kind of gets you where the buyers would sign, where the sellers would sign, and then your information as an agency and the buyer's agent and the seller's agent. I'll tell you one helpful hint, doing a lot of listings. I love to see a contract from a buyer that all of my information is filled out because that's one less thing that I have to do. But realistically, you want to make sure all your information is correct. So we got there. We started on the wrong contract and then we were really on the wrong contract. So we started with land, then we went to North Carolina, and now we have sufficiently been through the whole South Carolina contract. I apologize for any, I don't know what's going on today, but any questions about that contract? Was there one part in it that maybe you didn't understand before today and now you understand?
For me, I guess understanding the way that it's current written versus the changes that are made, it's
Mhm.
probably gonna be easier for me to understand the changes now.
Yeah.
I know where we're coming from.
And I think the reason why there's so much difference, really, when I talk to agents or I have people call me, they don't get that repair process. They're really confused which box they should check. So I think that is stemming from the changes. That's going to be the biggest difference, if I had to guess. That if you're doing due diligence, you are going to guideline kind of the North Carolina due diligence process a little closer, because more states have due diligence now than ever.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's probably gonna be a bigger shock for South Carolina agents to now have to deal with contracts where you're doing due diligence at $15,000 or $20,000, and they're gonna freak out over that, right? So.
Well, and it's also, you know, in this market, if I have somebody that's on the board between North Carolina and South Carolina, and they're a younger buyer and not as cash heavy, you know, moving them to South Carolina gives them a leg up because they're not having to shuffle out a lot of due diligence money. So to me, we don't know what's going to happen, but it could be harder for buyers realistically if they both become that due diligence. The other good thing is it'll make it easier for agents that are in both states, because I find that if you started in South Carolina and then you got your license in North Carolina, you never use the due diligence period. But if you started in North Carolina and then get your, then you use due diligence. So.
Thanks, Sharon. I appreciate your help today.
You're welcome. I'm so sorry. I feel like an idiot that it was all over the board. I'm usually put together, but I was like, what is going on? I wish somebody would have yelled earlier. And I think you did. But I kind of said earlier, this is what we're going over. So, but if you have any questions, there's my email. You can look up whether it's today, whether it's anytime. You know, I always say somebody had to help me along the way. So feel free to contact me.
Thank you.
Sounds good. That goes for all of y'all. If y'all, whether I'm your T group partner or not, if y'all need anything, just let me know. I'm always here to help. Okay. And I appreciate y'all being patient. Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.